Okay, let's get it started. Welcome to the Mott special meeting. It's the 18th of February. Those who are able, if you'd please stand and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, I call the meeting to order. Roll call for attendance, please.
Roll call for attendance. Trustee Daly,
Here.
Trustee Dotson,
Here.
Trustee Guerra,
Here.
Trustee Miller,
Here.
Trustee Reyes,
Present.
Trustee Walcott,
Here.
Chair Swanson.
Here.
There is a quorum.
Thank you. Jordan, communications? Oh, no, I got to adopt the agenda first. Hang on a minute. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
Support. Second.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve the agenda. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Now we can get to communications.
So the board in their packet has 4 communications for the review that were submitted, written comments. I do just want to note there was a 5th comment that was submitted prior to the 10 a.m. deadline of today, and it was submitted by Diana Van Der Rosen or Dervosen. There was no content in the message, so I don't know if the intent by Diana was to speak today. Is Diana here? Okay. All right. So we are all set.
Okay, public comment. Excuse me. That's a good sandwich. Comments must be limited to the subject matter of the special meeting. If comments outside of the agenda will be ruled out of order. And it's going to be 5 minutes in length. Comments that are inflammatory or slanderous will be ruled out of order as being disruptive. So keeping that in mind, please. Jordan?
All right, so the first comment has been submitted by Diana Van Der Vosen, and she did not put the topic, but if you could state location and the topic, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Well, it's the topic on the agenda. Good evening. My name is Diana. I'm a member of this community from Davison, Michigan. As such, I have a strong interest in the integrity and future of Mott Community College. I'm here tonight because I believe our college deserves leadership that is appointed through a process that is transparent, lawful, and beyond reproach. When serious concerns were raised about whether proper procedures were followed, it's not simply a technical matter, it's a matter of public trust. That trust is the foundation upon which the institution serves its students, staff, and the broader community. Recent allegations involving the college president raise equally serious concerns. As a public institution, Mott Community College must remain a place that is inclusive, respectful, and free from the promotion of any individual religious viewpoint in its official leadership or operations. Students and employees of all beliefs and of no religious belief must feel equally respected and protected. This is not about personal beliefs. It is about professional responsibility, institutional neutrality, and adherence to the standards expected of public leadership. I respectfully urge the board to ensure full transparency, to reaffirm its commitment to proper governance, and to take whatever steps are necessary to restore confidence in the leadership and direction of this college. Our students, our staff, and our community deserve nothing less.
Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Cheryl H. on the topic of pertaining to the agenda. Cheryl H. And then if you could just state your full name when you come down here, just so we can put it in the record.
Hi. My name's Cheryl Hall, and I came to this meeting to voice my opinion. And I believe that this meeting is pertaining to a lot of different topics, but pertaining most importantly to having an understanding of identity. And what I believe is that each one is able to identify who they are as an individual. Because it's freedom to express our testimony of where we have been brought out of. I believe that when someone has been healed of cancer and someone is in need of hope, that they can be healed of cancer. It's my testimony, and it was why I was spared to share that they can be healed of cancer too. It wasn't earned. It was unmerited grace from the Lord. And unless I share that, someone isn't going to look at me and know that. They're not going to know what other testimony could apply to their life. I haven't used a drink since May 21st, 1990. That is all by the grace of God. There are those that still struggle with using drugs and alcohol. If I share my testimony about being off drugs and alcohol for 36 years, is that acceptable? Or is it goes against being able to share my identity? Do I consider myself an alcoholic today? No, because I'm not using drugs or alcohol. Do I identify myself as a believer? Yes, I do. And why am I a believer? Because of what he did in my life. He changed me from the inside out when I couldn't do it for myself. People where I work know that I'm a believer. Why? Because everyone can identify who they are. It's a freedom. It's constitutional. There was a time where I didn't want to share where I was and what I was brought out of because of shame. But see, I've also been healed of that as well, because I can sit in a room with a bunch of people that I don't even know and share where the Lord has brought me out of. I don't see how me sharing that I'm a believer in Jesus Christ affects that somebody else can't believe in another way and still hear the truth of my testimony. Because you can't change my testimony regardless of if somebody believes it or not. And unless somebody asked me, I probably wouldn't have accepted Jesus. Do you know how many times someone has been placed in my path before I finally said yes? Because of my hurt of being raised in the church and not having an understanding. So my statement today is I believe in freedom to be able to identify who I am and others to be able to do that as well. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by John Ethier, the organization Jesus is King out of Lapeer, on the topic of comments regarding faith.
Yes. Hey, you guys. My name is John Ethier. I'm out from Lapeer. I'm concerned. I seen a post on Facebook with the superintendent's face on it, and I was like, "Is that even real?" And I went to a prayer meeting at my church that night, and I didn't bring it up. I'm like, "There's no way that's real. Like, that's probably fake." And I went to the meeting, and just before the meeting was over, they mentioned it. I'm like, "Are you guys talking about that superintendent?" And they're like, "Yeah." And then they told me what happened. And I'm like, "That's real? You're seriously reviewing her over her faith?" And yeah, and he explained to me what kind of happened, how she interpreted. She felt like this guy had a vibe, but he was possibly just the way he was speaking, and she was touched by his story. That she's like, "I wonder if this guy's a believer in her heart." And so she probed into it and wondered how deep his hope was inside his, and she asked him if he was saved and whatnot, and that's his understanding of the story. I wasn't there, but the Christian faith is not a faith of condemnation. He says the leader of the Christian faith was God's Son, and he spoke that I didn't come to judge the world, but that through it they may have life. And he says people will love darkness, and they never came there, but if people don't hate wickedness, they'll eventually come to the light. The light that last lady spoke to about being touched by Jesus, and that mindset is amazing. I switched careers, and I had intense anxiety. I went to a prayer meeting that night because I was quitting the best job of my life, and the people prayed for me and stuff, and I had peace. I went home, and anxiety's just shooting at me like arrows, and I put my Bible right against my face like this, totally silent. Pulled it away, anxiety. "Oh, what are you going to do? How are you going to get through? What are you going to do now? You're just giving them the quiet." I slept with my Bible that night. It was okay. They spoke truth into my life. "Johnny, you're going to find a job, buddy." Da, 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 da. That hope is amazing. There's a peace that passes understanding through that. To tell somebody that you can't share hope with somebody, it's not condemnation. If people want to live in a way that's planting, you could say, bad seed in their life, they're going to reap a bad harvest. You don't need to say Christianity is going to cause them to reap a bad harvest. If someone's going to do wicked stuff, they're going to be exposed, and it's going to show as wicked. But when somebody's probing, and the first day I went to my new job, I walked in there, probably the first couple of days, there's guys all over the place. There's 5 guys leaning up against the truck. What did I do in the morning? I got on my hands and knees. "God, help be with me today. Help me." Just thanked him for the day. I get to work, and the foreman for the whole company was limping real bad. I watched him limp out of the place. And there's 100 guys in this company. They're leaning against the truck, and I felt someone look through my eyes and say, "I can heal him." It was Jesus. I've never experienced that before. He looked through my eyes. Well, I'm like, in my heart, I said, "Well, I hope you could heal him, because I can't heal him." And I went up to the Mexican man. I said, you know who Jesus is?" And he says, "Yeah, Papa." I'm like, "Yeah, he wants to heal you." And as I walked closer, the guys just moved away. All the guys just moved away. And I prayed for his knee. And then I went home and cried, and I said, "God, oh, please heal his knee." I'm like, I hope his knee gets healed. The next morning, his knee was healed. It's amazing. There's hope there. I seen him years later. "You pray for me. You pray to Papa for me." I said, "You pray to Papa. He loves you." I didn't have nothing to do with that. I just wanted to get through life and have hope in my heart and maybe shine a little bit. And who does he says, I'm the light of the world. And then he does the shining. We just reflect him. We were created in God's image. Soul, body, and spirit. Father, Spirit, Son. We just think just like him. We want to build and create, and we want to teach people. Look at this amazing building. You want to install wisdom and knowledge in people so that they can grow up and even go farther than their fathers did. That's amazing. That's an amazing mindset. Yeah, I guess that's all I got.
The next comment has been submitted by Michelle G. of Grand Blanc on the topic of separation of church and state.
Good evening. My name is Michelle. I am here as a concerned citizen. Mott Community College is funded through a combination of public and private sources, primarily consisting of state and federal support, local property taxes, tuition, and private philanthropy. I will make this short and sweet. The separation of church and state is a legal and philosophical concept derived from the First Amendment's establishment and free exercise clauses that prevents the government from establishing an official religion or favoring one faith or another. This wall of separation ensures that government cannot control religion nor religion dictate government, safeguarding religious freedom for all. As a taxpayer of Genesee County, I do not want the president of Mott Community College professing any faith. That's a private thing that you do in your own home or in your church, but not on tax dollar. She's a tax dollar funded salary. Thank you for listening. Good evening.
The next comment has been submitted by Marisha Robinson from Flint on the topic of president accusation. Myosha.
Good evening. A couple days ago, my husband woke me up and he shared this story with me, and I knew that something had to be said. My husband and I lead a church in Flint. It's called Good Church, and we believe that God is good. We are here in support to say that there is no separation of faith and self. What was done was an expression of who she is. There's no way that she could go through life and not share her faith. It is who she is. It is why she holds the position that she holds, and there was no way for her to separate that. It is sad that we are here because she has been hired into the position, which means that her integrity, her character, her disposition, her intelligence was something that was impressive. What we believe as Christians is that all of that came from God, because God is good. And so I don't need the whole 5 minutes, but I am here in support, Good Church, and a few of our members are here to say that there was no force, there was no persuasion. What she did was share who she is. Last night I sat around a table with a group of women, and we read a scripture that says, "For such a time as this." I don't know how many of you actually live in the city of Flint, but I do. My husband and I bury young people often. And here we sit in a room where someone took an opportunity to give life, love, and goodness, where outside of these walls, we see an enemy who is trying to destroy our community. And so in support of the decision to share her faith, one more time I would like to remind you that she is not able to separate God because God lives in her. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Jackie Stone of Lapeer, Michigan, on the topic of pertaining to agenda.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jackie Stone. I'm a farm girl. I'm not into fancy words. I don't even know how to speak those fancy words. But I do know a God. And every one of us in this room tonight stood up and said their pledge of allegiance under God. Who are we trusting? Who are we really trusting in? There's so much division in this world. We don't need any more. We need to come together, not separate. Under God, that's what our pledge says. Under God. Do you hear me, folks? Under God. This woman loves God with all her heart. She wanted to express that love. If you're married, you probably express it to your friends, how much you love your wife or your husband, because they're real in your life. Correct? I hope so. Or else you're in a bad marriage, evidently, right? She wanted to express her love for God. She wanted to express her love for who God is in her life. How dare we be able to dictate what we can say and what we can't say? I thought we lived in a free America. And this going on just brings more division to our community and to our lives. We need one another. We don't need to fight with one another. We need one another. We've been going down a long road, and I think it's been the wrong road. And I think we need to draw together, support one another, and really love one another. Where is the love that we're supposed to have for one another? Whether we are serving a God, Muhammad, or serving a God, Jesus Christ, my Savior, we still need one another, and we need to love one another and not treat each other like we're garbage. I'm just thankful that I live in America. I'm thankful that I'm not getting killed like they are in other countries because of they believe in Jesus Christ. I really think all of us, including myself, need to come to realization who God is and where he is in our lives. Because I believe with all my heart that Jesus Christ is coming back again, and he's going to come for those that know him. Thank you so much.
The next comment has been submitted by Catherine Boussard of Potterville, Michigan, on the topic of religious speech, remarks by college president.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Boussard, and I serve as the president, or I'm sorry, I serve as the executive director and COO of Salt and Light Global. We're a faith-based organization that defends good governance and the rule of law. And tonight I speak in my personal capacity. And I do want to say that I support the remarks of President Shonda Richardson Snell. And I want to start by reminding this body of what the First Amendment of the United States Constitution says. It says that Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And substitute for purposes tonight, this body in place of Congress. You can't make a school policy that would establish any one faith or denomination, Baptist or Buddhism or something like that, as the official religion of this institution of learning. However, there's a second clause. This body may also not pass any policy or take any action that would prohibit the free exercise thereof, of any faith, of any religious belief. And often we misquote the Establishment Clause and we just look at that first part, but we forget to look at that second part that protects the free exercise of speech. And in questions of free speech, or even speech that might be offensive to some and beloved by others, the answer is never censorship. It's more free speech. That's what needs to be protected. In the Western tradition, for thousands of years, we've had this time-honored practice of respecting the right, especially in academia, to express free speech, values, all of that, because it's an integral part of what it means to be human. It's an integral part of the values that shape our society. And open dialogue and discourse, even with ideas, again, that some may find offensive and some may find cherished and things that they agree with, protecting that discourse is absolutely fundamental. And there was actually a case that came before the U.S. Supreme Court just a few years ago, Kennedy versus Bremerton. It was a case of a high school football coach, and you may have heard of it. He has kind of become known as the praying coach. He went out on the football field after every game, took a knee, and prayed aloud to the God of heaven. And many students joined him. And then all of a sudden, there was this lawsuit, and it actually went all the way to the Supreme Court. The school fired him, and they said, you can't do that. This is a public space. And what about separation of church and state? What about all these things we've heard about from some tonight? Well, the Supreme Court spoke into that, and they said that for Coach Kennedy, a school employee acting on school property, he said that the Supreme Court ruled that Mr. Kennedy's practice and private religious speech was protected by the First Amendment. And Justice Gorsuch, in the majority opinion, went on to say the Constitution and the best of our traditions counsel mutual respect and tolerance, not censorship and suppression, for both religious and non-religious views alike. And I believe that based on these facts, the conduct of your school president should be protected under that same First Amendment. Those rules apply equally and to everyone. I also want to say that apart from the legal arguments that one might consider, and by the way, I'm not an attorney, not pretending to be one, but apart from these very basic facts, what many have argued tonight is that anyone with a belief should have the right to talk freely or express themselves in this space, to feel included, to feel welcomed, except for a president exercising her faith, even in a private conversation. And I think if it were something where the school president were perhaps a Muslim publicly observing the call to prayer, we probably wouldn't be here tonight. If it were a person of a different faith, we might not be here tonight, but because she spoke about faith in the God of the Bible, in Jesus Christ, even in a conversation that was apparently initiated about the merits or failures of a Christian organization the individual had firsthand experience with, even in the midst of that conversation, for her to say anything was the wrong answer. And I really think it's unfair to put her in that position. Again, faith is an integral part of the human experience, and real inclusion and real tolerance mean allowing everyone to be their authentic selves, even Christians, even the president of the college. The answer is not censorship, it is more free speech. And I want to quickly quote the Michigan Constitution that says, religion, morality, and education being necessary for good governance and the happiness of mankind, the means of education shall forever be encouraged. Those three things go together. They don't compete against one another. They vitally inform who we are and how we can be our best selves. I hope that you will take the high road and protect the First Amendment and free speech. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Paula Weston of Flushing on the topic of the special meeting agenda.
I'm sorry for how slow I was. Hello, everybody. It's nice to see you all. It's been a while. So my name is Paula Weston. Many of you here know me. I am an English professor here at Mott Community College. And Having said that, I cannot tell you how difficult it is for me to be here and speak with you today. I really respect the passion that people have shown here already tonight for their faith. I do. It is challenging to sit before the board of trustees at the institution where you teach and tell them that collectively, not individually, but collectively, we wouldn't even have to be here tonight for this meeting had the board done its job in supervising the employee, the single employee over which it has oversight. It is hard to say that. And it is difficult to explain to people when matters of faith, which are matters of the heart, right, come into play, about what the issue is here tonight. I don't know of a single person at Mott Community College who teaches at Mott Community College. Oh, and full disclosure too, I belong to the faculty union and I am the Arts and Humanities Division rep for the faculty union, but I'm not here in that capacity. I also live in the district that Mott serves, so I'm a local community member too. But I don't know of a single person at Mott who objects to the president's behavior, who doesn't respect her faith. And that's the separation that needs to be made tonight. You cannot expect people who work at an institution to feel comfortable as employees, to feel valued and respected after you've learned that the CEO of that institution, the president of that institution, has made comments in the context of her faith on the job that if you don't agree with her, you may in fact be in league with the devil. I can't get past that. I can't get past that. Because the comment that she made to that student that Trustee Reyes brought up in months ago now, that there is a one truth and that the devil is at work against that truth, that was on the clock. Never in my 40 years of teaching have I ever tried to influence a student in my classroom or in any kind of institution-sponsored event, ever. Have I thought I need to express my faith to the student while on the clock? Off the clock is different, right? Because I never want anyone that I teach to feel as though they are beholden to me in some way to earn a grade in my class. There's a power differential. And that's what we are really trying to talk about here tonight. That gets to the heart of this issue. Aside from the fact that Shonda has gone out and spoken to people in the community at Mott-sponsored events in ways that are insulting to their own beliefs, in inappropriate ways. That really is what is at the heart of what's going on here tonight. Not that Shonda believes as she does. I respect her faith. I think it's fantastic. Of course, we cannot separate what we feel from who we are. It drives us every single day. But to do so while on the clock at Mott does step over in a line of ethics that no president of any college should step over. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Mara Fulmer of Atlas, Michigan, on the topic of behavior of Ms. Shonda Richardson-Snell, religious proselytizing.
Okay, for the record, my name is Dr. Mara Rivera Fulmer, and I'm a Mott District taxpayer and a resident of Atlas, and a longtime faculty member here at Mott. I'm here to discuss the reported proselytizing behavior of Ms. Rhonda Richardson Snell, currently serving as president of Mott Community College, a publicly funded institution. So where do I begin? I'll start with the deeply held values that I have to do my best to practice every day to show respect and honor for people of different faiths and traditions. And while I was raised in a rather low-key Jewish household, my family practiced multiple traditions from the varied roots of my ancestors that span from Jewish to Christian to Native beliefs. My paternal grandmother was a deeply conservative Jewish woman who honored the Sabbath, high holy days, and kept strictly kosher at home. My maternal grandmother, on the other hand, was raised Russian Orthodox, which is a deeply canonized Christian faith. I say raised because while her mother remained a closeted Jewess, her own father had converted from Judaism in Tsarist Russia because it was, suffice it to say, not popular to be a practicing Jew at that time. Decades later, my dear grandmother, now married to a Jewish man, would justify her richly adorned Russian icons hanging over her bed as simply paintings of, quote, famous Jews. During my childhood, menorahs and Christmas trees sat side by side, even when my mother attempted to introduce the Hanukkah bush to appease my father. It was basically some pieces of debarked branches painted white, adorned with blue and white lights. I have continued some of these traditions from my children, sans Hanukkah bush, because my children too have been raised with mixed traditions, their father having been raised in a Baptist and Methodist household. What comes out of that upbringing, including an immersion during their formative years living overseas, is that deep respect for how, when, and why others practice their faith. It's part of the beautiful fabric of a multi-denominational world, that regardless of who or whether you believe in anything or how you practice, we recognize that each of us is on our own spiritual journey, individual and unique. So it was hard to accept that during a college event designed specifically to honor that multi-faith perspective, especially in the context of a ceremony designed to celebrate peace and dignity of all humans, especially those historically repressed, that I would hear of the attempts to proselytize our honored Native American guests by our president. The ironies cannot be overstated here. As a person of Jewish and mixed upbringing who has been the victim of similar proselytizing efforts over my lifetime, I can relate to the trauma that must have been triggered for my Native American friends. It reeks of a total blindness, a tone-deaf lack of understanding of the very purpose of that entire event, and her role as president of a publicly funded institution. Yet I believe this is not an isolated event. I've learned of others on this campus who have been made to feel unsafe, discomforted, and concerned by this behavior when it's directed towards them. And while Ms. Richardson Snell has not attempted to convert me, just knowing about this behavior here on this public campus that I have dedicated nearly 30 years of my life to has triggered the return of some traumatizing memories. So I am speaking up now before we get to that point. This has to stop now. Thank you for your time.
Jordan, hang on a minute. I see that there's more people handing in things to speak. The deadline was at the start of the meeting. We'll take those, but please, no more. All right, we'll take the ones that were sent, that were handed in right now, but let's keep it at that, please. Thank you.
And the next comment, and I apologize in advance, Alavia Gibson. on the topic of to support a fellow Christian. Did I get the name right?
It's Alana, but it's
Alana?
Yeah.
Alana Gibson,
Yes.
for the
Thank
record.
you. Okay. So I'm here today. Oh, yeah. I apologize. Is that better? Okay. I'm here today in support of Mott's president. It was someone who had already mentioned this, that when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we say under God. And our country, our entire country, is founded under God and his principles. We would not be here as a nation sitting here right now without God, without his teachings. Do you think we would be necessarily a free country with that? Think about all these countries out here who don't even have, who people are being killed and murdered for their faith. Now, is that right? Even the Lord, even God teaches that how murder is a sin and it is a crime. And I believe I spoke to the president this morning personally, and all you can see in her is love and light. If I found the cure to cancer, who would I be to keep it to myself and not tell somebody? And that's all she was trying to do. Me, myself, I just got saved in December, and I got baptized December 21st of 25. And I was saved, and I was brought out of darkness. I was brought out of darkness, and I say this, and I love everyone in this room everyone who was for her or against her. I love them, and I pray blessings upon everyone in this room. And that's what God wants us to do, and that's what she was doing. She was spreading love. She was spreading the love and joy of Christ with someone. She wasn't there disrespecting him. And if she was, then she would have been wrong. But all she was is exercising her right of freedom. This country is a free country, so we should have the freedom. If everyone else has the freedom to listen to the music they want to, then why can't we as Christians? And I think it's so sad because it saddens me and it even makes me emotional and cry. I would not be here today without God. I would be dead. I would not be here. I would probably without the Lord, I would still be addicted to nicotine. I would still be in mental hospitals fighting for my life. I would still have anxiety and depression, and I wouldn't be able to speak here today without the Lord because of social anxiety, but because of the Lord, I was healed. And ask anyone who knows me on this campus, I go around asking people if they would like prayer, because I believe in that, and I believe we should come together and pray for people and love people and do what she's doing. I admire her. We need more people in this country, and as an institution, a community college, it's supposed to be comfortable for everyone. But if she is getting hated on for being herself, being who she is, then how is that community? How is that loving? How is that any worse than what she's accused of doing? How can we accuse someone of doing it if we're doing it ourselves? That is hypocrisy. Like, how could we do that? And I say this with a passion and love because I myself, in past times have been guilty of this, and I am so glad that we can rise above this, and I think we should come together as a nation. We need God in things. We need the Lord in things. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and I will proclaim that from the mountains, even if I have to die. Even if I have to die saying that, I wouldn't be here. None of us would be here. We were all created by a creator. Think about how creative we all are. Do you think this, I'm sure the clouds have been so beautiful these past few days. Who but a creator could do that? Who but a creator who created us? And think about our creative minds. Think about how we all create things. We just celebrated a season of love, Valentine's Day. There would be none of that without God, because God is love. God is love, and that's all she wanted to do. So I praise the Lord, and I stand here in support of her. I love the Lord. I'm a Christian. If I have to go down and die for that, I will. But I love everyone in this building. I pray blessings upon all of you, and I just wish the best for everyone in this, and I pray that all of us can come together and pray for this nation, because God is going to come back soon. We don't have a lot of time. We don't know the day or the hour, but if you know someone is going down the wrong way, if you know someone's going to die, would you not save them from that? Would you give a crackhead crack? No, you would not, because you want to help them. Why would you aid someone who is dying and kill them more? And that's all she was trying to do. So praise the Lord. I love the Lord, and I love everyone in here. Amen.
The next comment has been submitted by Lou Penton Jr. on Linden Road on the topic of both the agenda items.
I just want to ask, is there going to be a limit? Because I have a personal message from Wayne Wilson to the president that I need to have you convey to her because she's not here. So can I be put on that agenda?
Well, I'm sorry, no, the president's not here. She's at a conference that has been scheduled, so I apologize about that. But if you want to give a message, if you can submit it in writing for communications.
No, I want to speak because there's information that these people are not aware of. And that is a Native American history of the boarding school abuse. You
Well,
wouldn't ask a woman in a public space
excuse me.
about her rape.
Excuse me, could we continue here, please?
Okay?
Ma'am, could we please continue here? I'm
Will I speak?
sorry, have you submitted
Yes.
a form?
I do have your form. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
So again, Lou Penton Jr. from Linden Road on the topic of both the agenda items.
Yes, my name is Lutellis Penton Jr. I have a master's degree in history and urban studies from the University of Michigan. I've been a teacher at the University at various high schools throughout the city of Flint. This country was based on freedom of religion. We have the freedom to express our religion in the United States of America. People have died for that. They've died for that freedom. They've given their lives for it. For that to be taken away is a travesty of our government. There are appropriate times for it, and there are maybe some times that are not appropriate. But we were based on freedom of religion because certain people wanted their religion to be the only religion on the planet. Christianity is not necessarily the only religion, but it was the one that was suppressed and is still being suppressed. This country was based on the fact that we have freedom of religion, and we have the freedom to express that religion. And I believe that the president of this institution was exercising her constitutional right to express her religious views. And I don't think that that's a travesty. There are a lot of people who believe a lot of different things. And we don't have the right to tell people what to believe, and we have a right to believe it or not. We have the freedom to do that in this country. That makes us unique. So we have the freedom to reject it or to accept it. But we should never, never reject a person's right of freedom of expression of their own religion, of their belief system. And I believe she was acting within her parameters in expressing what she felt was needed to be expressed at that particular time. Nobody else was there. They don't know. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Ann Figueroa of Mount Morris, Michigan, on the topic of speaking about president conduct.
Good evening, trustees. I'm speaking to you as a personal person who lives in this district. I am a former trustee, and I hold other positions, and I understand when and where you can say something, when something is appropriate and something is not. So I'd like to thank you for giving me the time. From the start of her employment, Ms. Richardson Snell has stood up in front of you and the public and recited the Lord's Prayer right after the Pledge of Allegiance. The previous chair allowed it to start, and you are allowing it to continue. When it started, I was confused, as you as a body had voted that there's no invocation to open the meeting, yet she continued to do so, and you said nothing. It's immaterial whether I agree with what she says, the Lord's Prayer, or whether the tenets of her faith. Her actions make me uncomfortable, as this is a public institution, and therefore should be inclusive to all. What would happen if, in the beginning of that, a Muslim person started kneeling and praying, or a Buddhist, or someone who doesn't even believe in a God, but reads a poem, or someone just stands up and starts talking? I know every one of you would have called to call for order, follow the agenda. Would you allow her to do it? No, follow the agenda. If an invocation is something you want, then that needs to be included there. Well, I appreciate the expression of faith in some of the public speaking. I keep my faith to myself, but some people want to express it in different ways. She's in a different position because she's in a position of power. She is the president when she's talking to her employees, when she's talking to students who revere the position and are told that she's in charge. That's a different situation than just a person on the street expressing their faith. She makes these statements to her staff and the faculty and students, and they begin to wonder, what's the repercussions if I don't agree with her? What if I say something? You've already heard an example of what she's already said to a student. She's starting to create a culture of agree with me or you're gone. So there's pressure amongst the staff. I'd been a manager and worked in the business world for 30 years, and anybody who did that, any manager who came down on somebody because they didn't agree with them, it was a lousy place to work, okay? In the same vein, because I said it's power, the same power play in lawsuits when there were sexual harassment charges were deemed illegal. If I'm a woman or a man and I say quid pro quo, I'll give you this if you give me that, that's illegal in the workplace. If I say something in that same line where I'm trying to make you agree with me and you have to do what I say outside of the business performance, that is unacceptable. Those in power can't use the power to their own benefit. It's not a pulpit, it's a job. Now, you can incorporate faith. We've known many leaders. Recently, Reverend Jesse Jackson, he was a leader, a man of faith, but he didn't force it on anybody. He learned to read the room of when it is appropriate and when it's not. We are not talking here about an issue of freedom of speech or religious freedom. We're not talking about can't be a Christian. No, she can't say what we're not talking about that, folks. We're talking about the position that she's in and what her responsibilities are. She needs to use those appropriately. And I think that's where we need to keep, that's the focus. Was it appropriate what she did? Many of us say yes, many of us say no, but you know what her job description is. She's your employee. You trustees were elected by the public to guide this institution, to educate students, not to indoctrinate them or steer them to a particular set of beliefs. It's your legal and moral and a mandate to counsel, manage, and if necessary, discipline your one employee. You've heard staff here. If you have somebody that's out of line in that situation, you correct them. That doesn't mean that they don't have freedom of speech. she can speak her mind, but realize freedom of speech often comes with repercussions. You can say something and you know that maybe it was inappropriate. Clearly, the person that she said that to, it wasn't welcome. It wasn't welcome at all. So a mistake was made, maybe some counseling on that, but it appears that this action of her expressing her faith is perverse. Thank you very much.
The next comment has been submitted by Elizabeth Jordan of Westwood Parkway on the topic of alleged conduct of President Richardson Snell.
Good evening, trustees, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. As was shared, my name is Elizabeth Jordan, and I'm here as a resident and also as somebody who is a parent of a high schooler who attends classes on your campus. So I have an interest in this being a safe campus for my child and for everybody's child. I have experienced myself the pressure that can come with being somebody whose religious views are questioned by others. And so I have a profound respect for the ability of individuals to come to their own sense of religious belief, and I admire the heartfelt professions of faith or no faith that have been shared by many tonight. And I certainly believe in the power and ability for any individual person to believe whatever it is that they believe and to hold that sincerely. Personal belief is not the issue tonight. The issue is what is appropriate for the role. What skills and judgment and discernment are necessary for the role of president of a public institution, an institution that by its very nature is based on the quest for truth, for understanding, for knowledge, for learning about the wider world and the many ways of experiencing it, and to understand that on this campus are children, minors, that there's certainly a power dynamic involved with that, that there's a power dynamic involved with being somebody's boss. And it's very important to understand, especially in a position of leadership of a public institution, the difference between private belief and private conduct and public conduct. I want to read a brief quote from an article that appeared in the Bridge magazine about tonight's meeting. Quote, Daley said that Richardson Snell called him and told him that the question she asked Wilson, which was alluded to earlier, was not in her official role as president. It was a private conversation, Daley said she told him, end quote. If you are the president of a public college and you are at your day job on a college campus, attending the college event, there is no conversation that you have that is personal in nature. You are representing the college. That is your job. Whatever a person might do on their own time, on the weekend, off hours, off site, is completely their own business, and that is not the issue here. But I am concerned that Ms. Richardson Snell is unprepared for the role that she's occupying if she cannot differentiate between personal conduct and her official capacity. That is basic. failure to distinguish that, to me, brings to question whether or not one is capable of fulfilling this job. And so I would ask that this board initiate an independent investigation into the allegations that have been made about professional conduct in her official role directed at students, at people she manages, and at guests at official college events. And that investigation look at both the legal protections involved, as well as what's appropriate professional conduct for somebody in this kind of public role. One should not use their power to coerce. And there's that old saying that the power to swing your fist ends at somebody else's nose. And I don't want my kid or anybody else's kid to have their nose swung at by a college president. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Bobby Walton of Davison, Michigan, on the topic of religious integrity on the job.
Thank you so much. I have to admit that I have been moved by a lot of the things that have been said tonight, both those people that agree with me and those people who do not. I recognize that we sometimes forget that our government is been given the power that we the people have given them. This board has been given the power that we the people have given you. And we came tonight to talk to you about how you're using that power. But in converse, you have given power to Shonda Richardson Snell. And my position that I'm going to take with you is that power has been mistreated, abused, and it has led to mistrust, where there's no trust of her judgment or her ability to do her job the way that we, the people who put her in that position through you, expect. The words that I most think about is trust, power, coercion, intimidation, and control. You gave her the hiring and firing ability, and I remember when you did that when she was an interim president, and I remember thinking at that time that that was a mistake. I didn't think she was qualified to be making those kinds of professional decisions. And now that I look at how she's using her judgment regarding her statements of her religious belief, I often wonder what her purpose in taking this job was. If she wants to be a person who is evangelizing her Christian religion, why did she choose to be the president of this college? Why did she apply for the job? Why did the people who chose her and came forward speaking in her favor put her in this job? I went back into my files and pulled out a document that I had from 2023. I believe it was 24, 2024. When she had been already put in position as an interim president, and there was a movement to put her in the position of full-time president. And it was published by a gentleman who was a rector of a church, and he says she is a strong conservative, and she is also a woman of faith, a strong Christian. And that God has opened a door for us. So if God has opened a door for you in putting this woman in charge of our community college, what do you see her purpose as being? And if she cannot control her religious fervor to the point where she can recognize that she has the power you have given her to fire people, hire people, promote people, discipline people, recruit students, go out into the community and seek support. Those kinds of things are powerful, and they cannot be colored by religious expressions of faith to the point where people feel coerced, intimidated, controlled by what she chooses to accept as probable or possible. It is up to you to discipline her or to determine if she cannot control what she has decided to do, then she needs to find someplace else to express her religious faith. It does not belong at the head of this college. There are too many people here who have already lost their jobs, and we don't know why. Some of them I have no knowledge on why. And I often wonder if the people that are being supported, the people who are being hired as contractors, and the people who are being given promotions and advancing up are people who agree with her religiously, and therefore she has given them some of the power that she has. It's wrong. This is a public institution funded by public dollars, and you have a job to make sure that the integrity of the college is protected and integrity of religion is kept where it belongs, not in the president's office, and certainly not in public speech with people who are here on the campus when she's in her job. Thank you so much.
The next comment has been submitted by Michael Freeman of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of religious integrity.
Haven't spoken in one of these in a little while, so. Good evening, Chair and Trustees. My name is Michael Freeman. I had the honor of serving on this board for 13 years, and I come before you tonight with a deep concern for an institution that I care about and have invested much of my professional life in protecting. Mott Community College is a public institution. As such, it is bound by the Constitution of the United States, including the First Amendment's Establishment Clause. That clause is clear. Government-funded institutions may not endorse, sponsor, or directly finance religious proselytizing or religious activities. Multiple complaints have been raised alleging the actions taken by President Shonda Richardson Schnell that violate the constitutional boundary. These allegations are serious. They are not about personal faith. They are not about individual religious freedom. Every student, every guest, and every employee absolutely has the right to practice their faith freely. The issue before you is whether the leadership of this publicly funded college has crossed the constitutional line from protecting individual freedom of religion into endorsing or promoting a particular religious perspective through the authority of the presidency. That distinction matters. When the president of a public college appears to advance religious activity through her official capacity, it risks creating an environment where guests, students, faculty, and staff may feel pressured, excluded, or marginalized if their beliefs differ. Our students come from diverse backgrounds and faith traditions, and some from none at all. They deserve a campus climate where the constitutional rights are protected equally and without preference. What is equally troubling is that prior internal reviews and investigations of the past concerns by the board have lacked transparency and have resulted in conclusions that many in the community find highly questionable. When an institution investigates itself behind closed doors, confidence erodes, trust erodes, and reputational harm follows. This board has a fiduciary and constitutional responsibility to safeguard the integrity of this college. Failure to act decisively will not make this issue disappear. Instead, it risks yet another public embarrassment and further damage to the credibility of this institution. I'm therefore calling on the board to authorize an immediate independent investigation conducted by an external entity with no prior involvement in the matter. The findings should be made public to ensure transparency and restore trust. If that independent investigation determines that President Richardson Schnell has violated the constitutional rights of our students or improperly used her office to endorse religious activity, then she should immediately resign. This is not about politics. It is not about personal belief. It is about constitutional governance, public accountability, and the protection of students whose education is supported by taxpayer dollars. Our students, staff, faculty, and guests must feel safe expressing their faith, or choosing not to, in a manner consistent with their own beliefs without fear of institutional pressure or endorsement of one viewpoint over another. I urge this board to act with courage, clarity, and commitment to the Constitution you have sworn to uphold. Thank you.
All right, the next comment has been submitted by Rosalind, and I'm going to mess this up. Salbenblatt. Don't laugh at me. Turner Road, on the topic of comments on Richardson Snell. And if you could pronounce your last name for the record, would be greatly appreciated.
You didn't do too bad. Rosalind Salbenblatt. Thank you for letting me comment tonight. And while I'm sitting here, members of our community are at the Genesee County Board of Commissioners meeting, presenting for review a new simplified version of a resolution urging Congress to restore oversight and accountability mechanisms in relation to ICE and their current actions. We are not isolated voices. We are engaged residents showing up in multiple rooms across this county at the same time. This is not a fringe concern. This is community participation. We all have families, we all have jobs or are retired. We are tax-paying residents of Genesee County. We raise our children here, we contribute to this community. Our children have attended or will be attending Mott in the future. None of us are paid to be here. We've spent hours, days, and months researching, drafting, revising, and engaging our neighbors because we care deeply about what happens here. We are paying attention to what happens in our community. I myself am a Mott Community College alumni with 2 separate degrees. Those degrees allowed me to provide for my children. I'm very thankful I had that opportunity. The thought that the young adults of the future will be subjected to the types of speech Shonda Richardson Snell has put out in the past is appalling. She was hired as the president of a multiracial, multi-religious community, and as such should not be subjecting students to her religious views as the only view. She has a responsibility to be welcoming to all that attend school here. They are here for an education, not religious teaching. If she desires the ability to present her personal opinions related to religion on others, then she should look for employment at a religious institution. She is free to share her beliefs on a personal basis, but not in her capacity as the president of Mott Community College towards the students. I'm here because what happens in this room affects the future of students at Mott and the future of every family in this county. I ask that the board address the issue of Shonda Richardson Snell speaking with students in a manner that shows acceptance of all students without bringing religion into that discussion. Thank you. And I'm going to reiterate what the last speaker said, what he was urging you for an independent investigation and the other comments he made there at the end. I fully support what he said. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Celia Perez Booth of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of Wayne Wilson issue.
And I have to apologize to you all for disrupting your meeting. I misunderstood what you said, and I thought we were limited as far as time. But anyway, thank you for hearing me. And I'm here to give your president a message from Wayne Wilson. And that was to tell her to please stop contacting him. He does not want to have any contact with her or her lawyer that sent a declaration that she wanted signed, saying that she did nothing wrong. So please relay that message to her, that we do not welcome her contact with him. And I think I don't disagree with anything that has been spoken here today. All these people with their religious beliefs, that's okay. That's all right. My issue with what she did, what Sandra did, was her insensitivity to our Native American experience with Christianity. Like somebody said earlier, she represented the school. And it was not a private conversation. And all we're asking her as a Native American community is for her not to open old wounds that we're still healing from. And like I said earlier, you wouldn't ask a woman about her rape experience in a public place, surrounded by other people. That would be inappropriate, right? And for Native Americans, it's inappropriate for people to ask us about our Christian experience, because you don't understand the history of the abuse in the boarding school, in the Christian boarding schools. We're still suffering from that. We're still healing from that. And all we're asking, because you don't understand the history, you don't understand the culture, that you refrain from asking us those questions about religious, yes, just stop asking us. It's a very emotional subject for us, because I don't know if you know that hundreds, maybe even thousands of students died or disappeared in those boarding schools. I don't imagine that anybody in this room has had that experience or has had that history. And so it's very important that you don't approach us on that subject, that you don't make any reference of that subject unless you know us personally and know our experiences personally. You have no right to ask us. Just as you wouldn't have a right to ask a woman about her rape experience, because you know that also happened in those boarding schools. It was mental, it was physical, it was emotional. And again, hundreds of students died and disappeared because of that experience. So in her ignorance, okay,
Mr.
I
Chair,
guess I'm done.
I'd ask
but-
we give the speaker another 3 minutes. I move that we give this,
I
do
just
it
have
without
one more.
objection.
Thank you. She doesn't understand, and her lawyer didn't understand, the gravity of her actions. And again, when she sent this letter or had this lawyer call Wayne, who, by the way, is my adopted son, it caused him a whole week of post-traumatic stress, a whole week of anxiety, to the point where he had to go to the coalition, the Healing Coalition for Native Americans in boarding schools, for counseling. You know, so it isn't something that we take lightly. And I want you to realize that her comments are very, very hurtful. And you have to tell her that if she doesn't know anything about the community that she is serving, then she has more learning. She has to educate herself on who she's serving. And so that's all I want to say, is that please don't talk to us about your religious beliefs. Don't ask us, unless you know us personally, about our spiritual beliefs. And as a Native American, we practice that circle of life where everybody is equal. No matter what they bring to that circle, everyone is equal. So I'm not questioning anybody's beliefs or what they've said here is okay. It's your personal experience. And for many of you, it's been very, very helpful. And I'm happy about that for you. But it's not the same story for us as Native Americans. So just be aware of that. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Ashley Schaefer of Davison, Michigan, on the topic of regards to president allegations.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Schaefer. So I come to you as a resident from Davison, Michigan. I also am a former student of Mott Community College. I am in support of President Shonda. The United States protects our freedom of speech and our freedom of religion through our First Amendment. This ensures that individuals may express their beliefs, including religious viewpoints, openly without restrictions. So public colleges and universities are government-funded institutions and are generally considered limited public forums, which religious speech is protected on the same basis as any other form of expression. Supreme Court decisions such as Rosenberger versus University of Virginia and Good News Club versus Milford Central School affirm that institutions may not restrict speech solely because it is religious in nature. Proselytizing involves coercion. It has a negative connotation, and it often comes with force or aggression. Asking if somebody knows Jesus as their Lord and Savior is not coercive in nature. It was meant to express love. And as a Christian, I believe that sharing Jesus Christ is the highest form of love that we can share with this world. I believe it's important to uphold these constitutional freedoms for everyone, regardless of their position, their personal beliefs, or their backgrounds. And I just want to remind everybody that God has given Shonda this position. He has placed her in this authority. Her intent is not to hurt, but to empower. Her intent is not to hurt, but to help. Someday, we will all be held accountable. Someday, we're going to all stand before the judgment seat and be held accountable for every word and every action we have spoke. I do not believe that Shonda asking the question, if you know Jesus as your Lord and Savior, was meant to hurt. She evidently was not aware of the trauma that took place to the Indians. And so, I would like to apologize to the Indians for that response. Native Americans. Okay, Native Americans, my apologies. So I apologize to the Native Americans for that comment that triggered those wounds and those pains. I do not believe that it was intentional. And I just thank you guys for your time. Thank you for hearing me. God bless you all, and have a wonderful night.
The next comment has been submitted by Tiffany Morris of Flint, Michigan, on the topic about president regarding agenda.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Morris. I am a resident of Flint, Michigan. I'm a wife, a mother, a minister, and a proud Christian. And a taxpayer dollar. And I pay taxpayer money just like the rest of you. Okay, I stand before you today on the matter of the President Shonda being accused of proselytizing, whatever. Let me give you the definition of proselytizing. Attempt to convert or persuade someone to join a specific religion, cause, party, remember that, cause and party, remember that, or belief system. It's the act of changing someone's faith or viewpoint, remember that too. It is used in religious contexts, but applies to spreading any belief of way of living. That would also include the Native American culture, the LGBTQ2+, the Muslim religion. Mott has Native American culture events, LGBT2+, whatever you want to call it, events and days. They have groups for the LGBTQ adults that attend Mott. Muslims can observe their religious holidays and wear their head coverings, but if Jesus is named, then it's proselytizing. I feel in this case that Mott College is the real ones that are trying to convert others to other beliefs and get them to believe anything but God. I mean, y'all support things that have kids and adults thinking they're cats and dogs. Come on. Where has this world come to? So don't go there with me. By her making a statement or asking a question isn't trying to proselytize Christianity and convert others to have a relationship with Jesus. As far as the separation of church and state isn't accurate. The exact phrase isn't in the Constitution. It states that Congress shall not make no laws respecting the establishment of religion. It prohibits the government from establishing an official national religion or favoring one religion over another. So you're telling me that she's guilty of this, but yet you guys favor other things like Native American culture stuff and LGBTQ and Muslim stuff. But Lord forbid if she says Jesus. And I can almost guarantee you as another Christian that she didn't voluntarily just say Jesus asked him that question. There was some reason why she asked him that question. He said something or something was said that made her ask that question. She didn't just come out and ask that question. That's not what real Christians do. Again, that would describe what Mott is trying to do again, not the president. So you ask me, do I believe, not that you care what I believe, is the president is in the wrong? In this case, I would tell you no. That the nonprofit that is in support of this and Mott College is in the wrong. She didn't do anything or say anything wrong. And I have one message for the president. Keep the whole armor of God on and be still and know that he is God. And we are praying for you, and as us, as real Americans and Christians, we stand with you, and you're not alone in this fight. Esther fought, and Esther won this fight, and guess what? We're going to win this fight too because we have God behind us. And one more thing, let me add. Somebody made a statement about the struggle for what she had said about the AI intelligent crap. That she said that the struggle, her statement was, the struggle for the world and the devil was involved. That is what her statement was. That's not saying that the devil's taken over. That was her statement. The student asked her question at a coffee event, and she made that statement to him. That is not in the wrong. And that's not trying to persuade him. She was answering what the student asked her. If that's in the wrong, then we're all in the wrong, and you guys are in the wrong for your little LGBTQ crap that y'all throw at all the children. That's why my kids are homeschooled, because they're not going to go with that garbage.
Excuse me. Can I remind the audience to keep the conversations down a little bit and be polite to the speakers, please? Thank you. Please be polite to the speakers. They were polite to you, so please do that.
Point of order.
Point of order, yeah.
On the description that was passed out to us for Board of Trustees comments from the public, the third paragraph down, it says defamatory or abusive personal remarks are always out of order. The very saying of LGBTQ whatever crap is not only inflammatory, it's defamatory, and you should have called her out of order at that moment.
Thank you, Art.
The next comment's been submitted by Leslie Beamer of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of allegations against President Shonda Richardson Snell.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Beamer, and I am so sorry. My heart breaks for people who call themselves Christians and are deeply harming people. Jesus said that you'll know my people by their fruit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, and self-control. I am so sorry for the Native Americans that have been harmed and anyone else who's been harmed by somebody who calls themselves a Christian. Because just because you'll know, that Jesus says you'll just know them by their fruit. Thank you so much, Mott College Board for having this meeting. We are blessed to live in a nation that recognizes both the God-given dignity of every person and the constitutional protection of religious liberty. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution guarantees the free exercise of religion and protects freedom of speech. These rights are not privileges granted by culture. They are protected liberties foundational to our republic. Scripture reminds us where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom, 2 Corinthians 3:17. The freedom is not a license for harm, but an opportunity to share truth and love. Ms. Snell was expressing her sincerely held religious beliefs by sharing the message of salvation that transforms her life. Jesus commands believers, go therefore and make disciples of all nations. Sharing one faith peacefully and respectfully is not coercion. It is protected expression under both scripture and constitutional law. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed that the First Amendment protects not only private belief, but also the public expression of those beliefs. Religious speech does not lose its protection simply because it occurs in a workplace or a public setting, so long it is not disruptive, coercive, or harassing. A voluntary conversation about faith offered with kindness and respect falls squarely within the protections of our free speech and free exercise. Scripture instructs believers to communicate with the right posture, speaking the truth in love, Ephesians 4:15. Let your speech always be gracious, Colossians 4:6. Do this with gentleness and respect, 1 Peter 3:15. Ms. Snell's actions reflect these biblical principles. There was no force, no hostility, only invitation rooted in love. When pressured to remain silent about their faith, the apostles declared, we must obey God rather than men. This is not a call to defiance of law authority, but a reminder that conscience and faith are sacred. Our nation's founders recognized this principle, establishing protections so that citizens would not be compelled to abandon deeply held religious convictions in order to participate in public life. Christ himself said, so if the Son sets you free, you'll be free indeed. John 8:36. The freedom secured in Christ and the freedom protected in our Constitution both affirm the importance of conscience, dignity, and peaceful expression. On a personal note, I am grateful for the people who share the gospel with me. Before Christ, I was struggling with addiction, shame, depression, and brokenness. But the scripture declares, if anyone's in Christ, he's a new creation, 2 Corinthians 5:17. And there is therefore no condemnation for those who are in Jesus Christ, Romans 8:1. Because someone exercised their freedom to speak truth in love, my life has been transformed, and because of that, I can transform others through Jesus Christ. Sharing the gospel is not an act of aggression, it is an act of compassion. It is not hatred, it is hope. And when done peacefully and respectfully, it is both biblically and faithful, it is both biblically and faithful and constitutionally protected. For I am not ashamed of the gospel, for it is the power of God unto salvation to everyone who believes. First to the Jews, then to the Gentiles, Romans 1:16. This is for all people. We pray for wisdom, justice, and grace for all involved. May we remain a nation where freedom of conscience is honored, where speech is not silenced because of a viewpoint, and where truth can be spoken with both courage and compassion. God bless you, Ms. Snell. Thank you for standing firm in your faith while exercising your constitutional and God-given right to share the gospel peacefully, lovingly, and truthfully where you work, play, and live. The board must honor her constitutional rights. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you.
The next comment has been submitted by Denise Hunt of Grand Blanc on the topic pertaining to the agenda.
Hi there. I just want to first just say that I honor all of you here. Am I still allowed to speak if I went to U of M Flint? I'm just kidding. My husband did go to Mott, so I got that going for me. But we have a son that's 17, and he's going to be a senior next year. And we actually know Shonda, and she's encouraged him to possibly attend here and says this is such a great place, and she just really loves, the community. I think we can all agree a lot has been said. We're obviously not going to agree on everything because that's the way that we were created. We have differences. We all have different backgrounds. One thing I do want to say is Jesus weeps with those who weep. So those who have been traumatized by abuse or any type of hardship, that is not the Lord's will for their life. That is not the Lord's will for your life. Like was said earlier, even in the name of Christianity, there are those who are Christian in name only, and they don't truly follow the Lord's teachings. One thing I think we can all agree on is that the kids are the most important at the school. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? The love for the kids, right? The love that we have for the kids are the most important thing at this school. And they're going through a lot. We live in a very dark world. The things that the kids are dealing with now are not the same things as the kids dealt with before. Can we agree on that? Things are a lot darker in this world, right? We're at war. And kids now are dealing with things like fear, anxiety, panic attacks, suicidal thoughts. I recently just had a friend commit suicide. You might know him. He was one of our Flint City police officers. Devastating, right? Kids on an alarming rate are committing suicide day after day. I myself was suicidal. I would not be here today if it weren't for those who were praying for me. I did not grow up in church. I had a really rough childhood. I'm sure that most of you have come from backgrounds where you've had trauma, even if it's not on the same scale. And in my room, I cried out to God, and I felt the Holy Spirit pour out his love. I felt liquid love literally going through my body. And after that, the scales were literally taken from my eyes. I didn't know because nobody really shared the gospel with me. It was that encounter. He opened my eyes, and I said, how is it that no one shared this with me before? How did I not know that this was true? Like Paul said, he had scales on his eyes. He went from death to life. And that's how I felt that day when the scales literally came off of me. If you knew the level of torment that I was in, all I could think about was killing myself day in and day out. And then I had that encounter with Jesus in my living room. And I see these kids, these young kids, what they're dealing with. I meet them from all religions, and I've prayed for many. I see what they're dealing with here at the schools, the pressure, the PTSD, the panic attacks. And I have hope. And I believe what Shonda is trying to convey, the gospel message, is we have hope. We have this hope inside. So if I were to keep that hope inside, if I have an answer for somebody, hey, you're in a dark place. But you can make it. You don't have to do it. You don't have to commit suicide. Shonda desperately loves these children on this campus. I've prayed with her in regards to these students. She wars for these kids. She loves these kids. And I think we can all agree that the number one priority in being the administrator here is to have a love for these students, to pray and walk these halls, to give them an answer, a future, and a hope. So I just want to bless each one of you, and then just share that there is hope in Jesus Christ. If you're facing fear, anxiety, or anything, any trauma, I just want you to know that there is hope in Jesus Christ. Thank you for your time. Bless you.
The next comment is from James B. of Davison, Michigan, on the topic of truth. And James, if you could just pronounce your last name. I didn't even want to attempt it this time, so thank you. Can you just state your last name?
Oh, Bailey?
Bailey?
Yeah.
Bailey, okay.
All right, so I guess I'm here for selfish reasons. And I'm trying to figure out as I'm driving over here why I would spend the time to come to a meeting that I would otherwise never attend. I don't even know who has been accused of something. Is that person here that has been accused of doing something that would, okay. So I'm here for a selfish reason that I would wish to speak on behalf of someone I've never met nor will meet tonight, and yet I felt compelled to not have dinner with my wife because I've lived in this county my entire adult life. I've paid taxes. I graduated from Mott with an associate's degree, and every time I've ever shared my quote-unquote story, I've been proud of my associate's degree from Mott Community College. And I find it interesting, Mott being here really in the cultural center of Flint, and some facts that, as a historian, and the city of Flint in the 80s was both the murder capital of the world in the United States per capita, and yet we also had the most churches of any city in the nation. And so I find that interesting that here we are locally, that we were faced with so many challenges, and yet we sought something. And maybe it was the fact that we are inherently, is it possible that we are inherently wired to seek truth? Well, from a reasonable standpoint, and part of my education here at Mott, I think that that is true. I'm sure that many of you do not hold this near and dear. And yet I find myself at my age, in the last 2 minutes of the first half, from a football reference, that I can sit by and not stand up for something that I feel is a wrong, or I can come and speak. I find it interesting that these documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation of the United States in perpetuity, and the Constitution of the United States have formed the greatest country and the rules in which we have been civilized and living together, and it allows everyone here to be able to come and speak without any threat of violence against them. And I feel like, even though the PC police seem to be here tonight, I don't want to offend anybody, but I feel like in America, we should be able to say something that we feel is right. And I do find it interesting that somebody here has hired this particular person. And I cannot believe that at this point in her life, it was a secret that she was a Christian. And yet you still felt compelled to hire her. So I'm starting to ask, okay, then why did she get hired if she was not a good fit for the job, if she did not care about the education of the people within this community? And I start to think and ask myself, is it, because I do feel like as I sit here tonight, and I was late, so maybe some of these points have already been made or attempted to be, but wow, I don't think I'm going to get a standing ovation when I leave this microphone. And that's okay, because I didn't get a standing ovation when I didn't follow the herd and I didn't get a vaccine. And this college, just like so many other people, were trying to suggest that I was crazy. And yet, there was no 6-foot rule. There was no mask mandate that actually made sense. And so I look at it and I think maybe the fact that I didn't have dinner with my wife tonight, that I came down here to stand up for somebody selfishly. Because if I was in this situation, I would want somebody to come and stand up for me as well. I am a Christian. And if somebody is going to be fired for being a Christian, I do not want to be the only voice to say that that is wrong. Now, if this person has stepped outside the lines of her employment, and I find it hard to believe that you could get to the spot and it be a secret, then maybe disciplinary action. But I would want someone to speak on my behalf, so I'm here.
That would conclude public comment. That would conclude public comment.
Okay, thank you for all the comments. At this time, we've got business 1.90 and 1.91. But before we get to those, I would like to make a motion that we go into closed session.
Support.
And Carrie can explain.
Point of order.
Yes.
Again, I don't believe that the chair has the authority to make a motion from the chair and do that, yes, there is a provision in Robert's Rules of Orders for a small board, but this board, there is nothing in Robert's Rules of Order that says what a small board is. The small board determination should be made by the board and not by the chair and not by the parliamentarian.
Well, I disagree with you on that, John. I'm sorry. I made the motion. I think we need to go into closed session.
You have a point of order on the floor, sir. You have to deal with it.
All right. Well, then point of order on the floor. Sorry, John. And you, I overruled it. Are you?
I'm appealing the ruling of the chair.
There we go. Okay. So we'll have a vote on the objection. So.
Excuse me, Chairman Swanson.
Huh?
Chairman Swanson, did we do discussion? Okay.
Not yet. Is there a second to the appeal?
But, yeah, I second.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Art. Okay, so those that believe I have the right to make the motion.
It is discussion now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion. Go ahead. Can you?
Okay. I just wanted to clarify the reason for us going into closed session, because I'm sorry, Carrie, you saying something?
Well, that's not what we're voting on right now. It's the
Your right
my right to make a motion or not. And we
Okay,
will get to.
I want to ask that, okay,
Yeah,
after
we'll get
this.
to that right after. Okay, so any more discussion? Santino?
Yeah, so I think that I understand what John's point was saying, that he wants you to give the opportunity. I think what could have made it easier in this situation, if you had entertained a motion, somebody else made it and they got seconded, I think that would have stopped this whole situation. However, the definition of small board, I think, can be interpreted different ways. So I don't think that necessarily you opening the motion was out of order. But I do think that going forward, if we could entertain a motion, to allow the board to actually make that motion itself. So I'm going to vote against you, John, on that one, but I think going forward that can kind of clear this up so we don't end up in the situation every time.
Okay. John?
I just want to know what authority First of all, I want to know who decided that we were a small board, and then second of all, by what authority they did.
Well, Gary, you want to answer that?
Well done, Jeff. Dodge the bullet.
The board has the power to decide this issue and to interpret the matter as one in which this is a small board. I've been at plenty of small boards where the chair would make a motion. It's a matter of common custom among smaller boards, but it's not my opinion that matters. It's the opinion of this board.
Follow-up question to the attorney's comments. I agree completely with you. But then my question is, when did the board decide that this was a small board? It never has.
It never has. So who's to say it's not a small board? That's never been decided.
You have to have
Listen,
authority
I
to
don't
make
want
that
to get
decision.
into this with you, John. I tell you what.
Surrender
I would
the gavel.
I would entertain a motion.
That's the provision in Robert's Rules of Order
I understand
for the
that.
chair is to surrender the gavel. The only reason you don't want to do that is you don't want to lose control.
No, that's not it at all, John.
Well, then what is it?
I just thought we should go into closed session to hear the, now, let me speak, please.
I'm going to let you speak. I'm just waiting till the end.
And I thought that we could just do this and get into closed session so that we can hear his opinion and get back out and get to business, get to the 19 and 191. And that's why, so I tell you what, John, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session.
What's on before you is the appeal.
You can
So you
withdraw
can say
your
that
Okay, I
any
withdraw.
further discussion on the.
Well,
any further
no,
discussion
not if
on
I
the
withdraw
appeal.
my motion.
No.
Okay,
You should
any
just-
other discussion?
Discussion on the appeal and take a vote on the appeal. You should.
Any other discussion? No, okay. So if you agree that I can make a motion, you'd vote yes. If you don't, vote no. So roll call vote.
Trustee Guerra.
Yes.
Trustee Miller.
Yes.
Trustee Daly.
No.
Trustee Wolcott.
Yes, but I do agree with what Santino said from here on out.
Trustee Dotson.
Yes, and similar. I do agree with Santino's.
Trustee Reyes.
No, but I also agree with Santino.
Okay,
Chair
so what-
Swanson.
Yes.
Yes, the appeal is overruled. The ruling that you are able to make motions as being chair stands.
Okay.
So the motion,
Now we have
Question?
discussion.
No, question?
you have to say point of something.
Yes.
Several of the votes came with the stipulation. And, hey, they did.
No, they
And
said
so-
they agreed with him.
So in the future, if the chair wants to make a motion, then he would have to surrender the gavel.
Okay.
That hasn't been decided, and I believe we can address that later. Let's just get this business done. The appeal has been overruled. We have a motion, and we have a second. Any discussion?
I'd like to comment if you don't mind.
Yes.
Yes.
The reason that I personally am requesting as board attorney that the matter be handled in closed session is that we have a complaint that is of a legal nature, and I would like the opportunity and request it of the board to advise the board about the matter before the board makes its decision. It's privileged and is under the Open Meetings Act. It is very acceptable for the board to take a matter that is the subject of a legal opinion into closed session. I think it's entirely appropriate here. We did it the last time that we discussed this issue, and it's certainly equally appropriate now.
Yes.
I'm looking at the agenda, and there are two things on the agenda. The first thing is a review and discussion, and the second thing is coming out of closed session, a development of a response plan for addressing this. At this point, this is a personnel matter. It's not a legal matter. The Americans United does not have any legal standing in this matter.
It is a legal matter because legal claims have been made about the board, about the college allegedly being in violation of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution.
And I believe that and let me finish. I believe that an appropriate time, if we were going to be in closed session, is probably at a future in handling handling the results of the complaint when we have them in hand. This is simply a process by where the board for the first time as a board is aware of the complaint and discusses it, and that's it.
Well,
then we go out into closed session or into open session.
With all respect to my good friend John, whom I respect entirely, I don't know how you could be aware of my comments on this subject and why I believe the matter should be addressed, at least first, in closed session until you hear them, just as we did once before. I would like that opportunity in my position as interim board attorney.
Yes, Art?
Yeah. One of the things that I want to make clear, and I appreciate your comments and I appreciate your stance, John, but it goes to the fact that the board has to take complaints that are brought to the board in a very serious manner, whether that is done in closed session or whatever decision is made, whether we go into closed session or not gone into closed session. Some of the public comments that we got, there seems to be a misunderstanding as to what's going on. This meeting is in reaction to a complaint that we received. Us going into closed session to discuss your opinion is about the complaint that we received. We, as a board, have the responsibility to address any complaint that is sent to us. Now, there was question as to the timing of when the board received it and why, the handling of that. But the legal opinion that you want to offer us, and as our interim attorney, then that should be done in the freedom of a closed session. So I am in favor of that.
And John, I thank you for that. You said it better than I did.
Art.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Art.
I have one. One follow-up question.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Now, one of the to Carrie, our attorney, who I also have mutual respect for, and I do respect your professional abilities as an attorney. What I'm concerned about is we seem to be setting the litmus test up that will always drive us into closed session whenever we hear a complaint.
The Open Meetings Act describes the circumstances under which closed session is appropriate. There are two of them, and they both apply in this situation. So the law is what describes the board's rights and obligations in this regard.
Let me rephrase the question another way then. Can you think of any scenario then, given your litmus test, that we would receive a complaint and you would not be requesting us to go in closed session?
Yes, plenty.
Really? Share one.
No, surely you don't mean any complaint, John. You mean a complaint of a personnel nature. Would I feel that the board should benefit, hopefully, from my advice if there was a complaint about personnel of the college? Because any complaint could be somebody slipped on the sidewalk and thinks we ought to have better maintenance. You don't mean that. So you mean a personnel complaint. I think that I would have, in the situation where we're talking about a dual employee of the institution whose rights under the Open Meetings Act are protected, I would have a tendency to want to advise the board in private.
But the employee has not requested closed session in this case.
actually that the employee has
Well,
requested.
that would have been nice to know.
The board still needs to decide whether to go into closed session.
But we need to make that decision based on the pertinent facts at hand.
Santino?
Yeah, I think, my bad. It's important to hear from everybody, whether we're hearing from the community that support or are against and our legal team. And then it's important to have those two listen to everybody equally and then come out and have that public discussion so that everybody can be here. However, I don't want to go into a closed session if we're going to be there for 30 minutes. I think we should time ourselves. I do support a closed session for this reason, but we should be out here efficiently so that we can have that discussion and that the residents that are here today can actually be able to listen to what we're going to do. So, I don't know if we can put a time frame on a closed session.
I
but-
think that I can advise the board in 15 minutes or less. I think that the board will have probably 15 minutes of questions, comments, discussion about the advice. I guarantee that. It really depends upon how long the board wishes to proceed.
Chair Swanson. I also agree. Thank you for the clarification. Some of the information that you shared today, I don't think some of the board members had, but I do agree with what you've stated in terms of going into closed session, especially Art helped with that. But I think I don't want that to be a precedent, as John stated. I don't want us to just go into closed session and take conversation away from the public. At times when we can, what Santino said in terms of going back and kind of timing ourselves, being mindful of time and mindful that the public also wants to be informed and understand what is going on as it relates to this and what decision will we make, are we making. I think whenever we can come back out of closed session, because the last few times we came out of closed session, it was pretty late. We had lengthy conversations and mostly everybody was gone. So just want to clarify that it's really important to me, and I think to many of the board members, that we want the public to be aware, knowledgeable, and informed about the decisions, the decisions and the discussions that we make and have.
One last thing.
Yes.
A lot of this discussion could have been avoided had the board been advised that a closed session had been requested by the party at hand.
It still has to be the subject of a board vote, even if requested.
I understand that. But going in and making that decision without knowing that it had been requested by the person, to me, is very different.
Okay, any other comments, discussion?
Just
I will.
one last comment, Chair Swanson. Not only is that information important to the board members, but it's also important for us to say while we're in this setting with the public, like the reason why we're going into the closed session. I think it's good for us to be that transparent as a board to those who have put us in this position and to our community overall.
With that being said, we will we will take a vote. Roll call, please.
On the motion to go into closed session to discuss the business items 1.90, 1.91, Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Could you repeat that,
Miller?
please?
Motion to go into closed session to discuss, I should say, the legal opinion on the business of tonight, which includes
Yes.
1.90 and 1.91.
Yes, because that is an important
I
distinction.
don't think the motion was stated that clearly, but that is what is desired.
But it was misstated the first time that you did it, with the legal opinion being the linchpin, because if it's not
Yes.
about the legal opinion, then I'm a no.
That is correct. It has to be within the parameters of the Open Meetings Act, and that would be one of the bases for going into a closed session under the Open Meetings Act. Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Walcott?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
The vote is 7-0 to go into closed session.
Okay, and I will note that we will be as quick as possible. Then we will be back out and we'll attend to business items 1.9 the 1.91. Thank you. Okay, sorry for the delay. In closed session, we received legal counsel on item 1.90, 1.91. So let's get started with 1.90. Santino, would you like to?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and to the board, when Mr. Daly had called this meeting, with my previous political experience, I understand the importance of preparing statements that could possibly be read and approved by the board. So I wrote a statement that I went through the chair to our chief counsel to look at and propose one for us. So I'm going to read it. If the board wants to make any changes, or if they don't want to approve it, or if they don't want to second it, it's fine. But I think this would be a good statement from the board to make. So my motion is to approve a proposed statement from Mott Community College Board of Trustees. Mott Community College affirms the constitutional right to freedom of religion and respects the deeply held beliefs of all individuals. The ability to practice and express one's faith freely is a fundamental liberty and important part of the democratic society and Mott itself. As a public institution, the college also has a responsibility to maintain an environment that is inclusive and welcoming to people of all faiths and those with no religious affiliations. Of course, we expect all members of the campus community to exercise their rights in a manner that respects the diversity of beliefs represented at Mott. Mutual respect, civility, and consideration for others are essential to preserving an environment where every individual feels valued and free to learn. No student, employee, or visitor should feel that a particular belief system is prioritized within the college, or one that is not entitled to one's own religious beliefs, or indeed to have no such affiliation. Mott Community College thus remains committed to upholding constitutional freedoms while ensuring that our campus reflects fairness, inclusion, and respect for all.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, and it's been seconded. Any discussion?
Go ahead. Were you reaching?
Art?
Yeah. Thank you, Santino, for drafting a very respectful statement. I am of the opinion that what is stated here, I mean, you know, it's in our policies, and, you know, we affirm it and reaffirm it. I think that it's important, and this is in response to an investigation that, this is a public statement. I'm asking, because I want to be sure that I'm not going outside the bounds of our closed meeting. This is a public statement that would tell the public that we have taken seriously the complaints that we've received regarding the conduct of the president of the college.
Not only does the statement indicate that, Member Reyes, but those are the facts.
Okay. I want to be sure that both the people who support or who have expressed support for the conduct of the president and public comments, and those people who have indicated that they felt it inappropriate, and I made my opinion clear in the October meeting, that in fact it was brought up in October. We're dealing with it in February. That's a long time. In the interim, because it's public, we received in December, or in January, as it happens, a complaint from an organization that was the impetus for this meeting. In going back and reviewing what was discussed in October and then in the complaint, they mirror. Okay? This is as much for the public's benefit as for the board. They mirror each other. As such, and because this statement was prepared prior to, because there's no way that we could have done an investigation on the letter that the meeting was in the 40 minutes that we were in closed session. I mean, and I don't want anyone thinking that this is being brushed under the rug, or that no investigation had taken place, or that no action was taken place. Those things, it's important to me that is known, because being the cynical individual that I am, when I see that we come out of a closed session and we get, and again, it's very well written, but we have a proposed public statement prepared, it feels like, okay, yeah. It wasn't taken seriously. It was a foregone conclusion, et cetera, et cetera. And if that's not the case, which I know that it is not the case, and again, that's the reason that I bring up the October issues, leading them, trying to connect those dots from October into January, now into February, to this statement. There's just no way that I would be any part to a less than due diligent investigation having taken place. I do not know at this point whether I'm in favor of the motion or in opposition to the motion. I'm going to read this again. But if I am opposed to the motion, it is only because I don't know that having a statement prepared sends the right message. So I just want, I want you to know that. But what you have written here is absolutely, I've read it twice now. There isn't a word that I would change. It's not new information, but it is done in a way that is concise, and allows that Mott Community College values, like our policy says, like our mission statement says, we embrace, this board has to be on record as saying every opportunity that we can, that we embrace the diversity of this community. And I don't care whether that diversity is religious, if it's racial, if it's gender, if it's age, employment, or anything else. We represent every student in our district. And we cannot ever make someone who has been invited or who is paying to be here or who is being entrusted to teach those who are paying to be here, that they are made to feel any less than what they are. And if I vote against it, it's not because I don't like what you've said. It's just because I don't know that we should be prepared to release a public statement tonight.
Gary, would you like to?
Yes, I understand that you're struggling with the issue of closed session and advice, and you're respecting that. I can say with assurance that the matter was investigated in October when the complaints were registered, when the statements were made, that it was done very carefully, that I reported to the board on this subject and provided advice, and that decisions were made about the issue, and they were implemented by the board in December before we were ever aware of the Americans United complaint. It is also a fact, as Member Reyes says, that there are no new facts alleged in this letter. They are exactly the facts that we investigated in October, resulting in the board's resolution of the matter in December. So the statement it was prepared for today's meeting, as I understand it, but it reflects as much the fact that the board examined this issue October through December and concluded it in December, as it does today's meeting.
Santino?
Yeah, and as the one who prepared it, I understand your feelings, and I understand how the public may feel like it's a prepared statement, because it was, because I want to be as open and transparent as I possibly can. And usually how government business is sometimes done is I could prepare a statement, it can then go into the packet, many of us would read something, and then we would already have our decision made by the time we got here if we were going to approve it or not. I wanted this to be an open discussion. That's why I didn't share it with the individuals in closed session. That's why, even though John had called the meeting, I told him I wanted to make a statement, but I didn't let him know what it was, because I think that should happen here in an open forum where the public can see where the statement's decided by a board altogether. So I understand exactly how I can feel prepared, because it was prepared, and I can understand how it may feel kind of blindsided to other members on the board, because it's for an open discussion so we can look at it together. And I think that the words, and as it's worded, is perfect for how it represents the college and how it should represent the community. So I don't have any hard feelings anybody doesn't vote for it, but to the residents who are here, I encourage you to read it as well. If it gets approved, I'm sure we can get copies.
I have a comment. So, well, first of all, Carrie, you just mentioned that it was investigated. Did you say investigated and closed? Is that what you said, or did you just say it was investigated?
It was investigated beginning immediately upon registering of the statements, the various complaints. The chair asked me to do that because the chair knew that the board would want the matter investigated. The board, as the board knows, was informed of the proposed resolution, and that resolution was conveyed to the board in closed session and implemented such that the matter was concluded in December.
Okay, so one thing I would like to ask is, like, when that was closed in December, then immediately it seems like some type of statement or draft of a statement should have been prepared, I would think, by our legal representation and sent out to the board for review. That way we would already have something. I mean, Santino can definitely create something else for us to also consider. But it would have been nice for legal to take the initiative to prepare some type of statement immediately after the closing.
Point taken.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to mention is I think some form of statement is well overdue. That goes along with what I just said. It's been way too long to provide some type of response to what took place in October of 2025. And so, yes, we do need some type of statement. I feel this statement, in my opinion, says what has been discussed at previous board meetings in one way or another. And I think this truly, it conveys, from my perspective, what I think would be a great response to share with our community.
I want to reiterate what both of Kenyatta and Art had said. I also, Santino, thank you for writing this. It's really, really good. I am on the fence with this as well right now. I do kind of feel like it's just boom, set on here and we're rushed to say yes to this right now. And I just feel like it kind of does send the wrong message at this point. So I'm still on the fence about this, but you did a great job.
Yes, Art.
Just for a point of clarification, the statement and the resolution are for the complaints that we have received to this point.
Correct.
Okay.
Would you like me to acknowledge that as well? Yes, that is my understanding. Those are the facts.
And to answer Kenyatta, this was supposed to be taken care of at the last meeting. That was canceled due to weather, and so it would have been done earlier. But we will make a greater effort to make sure that things like that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Okay.
The meeting being delayed, I think the meeting being delayed and us sending out some type of communication to the board would have still put us in a good position where we could have reviewed it and then provided some type of feedback either when we came back together, but at least we have some form of statement that we can review and discuss publicly once we come back together. You know, if we're not able to do that, like outside of this particular setting. So I just wanted to say this is really important from a communication standpoint for us to receive information in a timely fashion, and for us to create what needs to be created when the public comes before us with concerns and situations that have taken place.
Okay. John.
In public comments tonight, there was a comment made that I have real concerns about. And that was a comment that dealt with the college had contacted the person that had made that had been at the receiving end of the dialogue, and that had requested a waiver to acknowledge that this was, quote, a private conversation, close quotes. That's by our bylaws and by the Michigan Community College Act, the board is the governing body of this college. We have one employee that works for the board, and that is the president of the college. Who initiated that conversation? Because there was a reference to Shonda and her attorney. And I'm very concerned about that because since, unlike the conflict of interest complaint that we handled earlier, in this case, the president was the focus. And this is getting really close to interference in an investigation.
I'm not aware of the identity of the person that, Member Daley, that contacted this person, but I believe the conversation occurred. I would say that anyone accused of a constitutional violation would have the legal right to contact witnesses to the alleged violation. It's a simple matter of what you might call public due process here, this being a public institution. I don't know what was said in the conversation. I heard a report of it. As I understand, the statement that was prepared reflecting the conversation was not signed. So I don't know what further became of it.
And all I know is what was said at public hearing.
Yeah, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That is an excellent point that Trustee Daley made, because it was brought up during the public comments. That is new information, and for the message to have been relayed that they had to expressly ask through the board in public comments to have her stop contacting him. And that, I mean, is harassment too strong a word in that instance? I don't know the number of times that communication went out. I don't know who or by what manner it went out, but I think that it's definitely something that needs to be looked at. And I had, in everything else, John, I had kind of forgotten that. So thank you for bringing that up, because that is something that will need to be addressed.
And we can address that at another meeting. But right now, any more discussion on Santino's motion?
Yes, I have a question. Would it be possible for us to add on to what Trustee Santino has provided? That way, it gives voice from all board members. And if a trustee doesn't have anything to add, then it's fine as is. But we can kind of noodle over it for the next week to kind of see, before our actual trustee meeting, to see how we want to actually present this to the community.
I was wondering, are you asking for him to amend or to postpone?
Sounds like you're asking for postponement.
Well, we could do that. I was just thinking if it happens to fail or something, then maybe we could just.
All right.
A motion to what?
It just sounded like you wanted to deal with it next meeting, so.
I can do that. I can.
You don't have to. I'm just trying.
No,
Well,
I'm saying
we have a
that
motion
sounds
on
like
the floor
a
right
good
now.
alternative.
We have a motion right now.
Yeah.
This could always be postponed.
I just,
Until the board meeting on Monday. And then that would give most board members, including us, I became aware of this afternoon and did get a chance to look at it before we discussed it here. But it would give the overall board members a chance to review it and make any changes or suggest any changes to the board that they thought were reasonable. So that would sound like a good idea.
Okay, so it sounds like we're both on the same page, because John just doubled me.
Okay, well, we
Trustee
have
John.
Would you like to say something, Carrie?
My only request is a matter of good board protocol, is that the board speak with a single voice in its statement. That's our tradition. That is the best practice legally. So if there are changes to be made that are proposed, my request and advice would be that they be agreed to by all board members.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I know that. I have one motion on the floor we need to take.
You're going to do okay, Santino.
Yes.
And point of order. I think Trustee John mentioned that he had read this earlier, but I think what he read was something else.
No, he read it earlier when
He
we
read it
got
as
here.
we were coming.
He didn't
in-
read this prior
As we were
to.
coming in here.
Not just prior to here.
Okay, that's good clarification.
Yeah, let's say,
Because
yeah,
when
no,
Santino
yeah,
said he hadn't showed it to anybody, I just wanted to clarify
When
that.
everybody else got it.
Yeah, I passed them
Okay.
all out at the
Okay,
same
then I
time.
just read it early.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank
Sorry, I
you.
misspoke. Okay.
Okay, so are you making a motion to postpone this till the next meeting?
Yeah, did you take yours off the table?
You don't
No.
have to. You can just
You
make
don't
that
have
You don't
motion.
have to?
Yep.
Okay. So yes, I make a motion that we postpone the proposed statement from the Mott Community College Board of Trustees until the Monday board meeting,
I'll
so that we
second
may
that motion.
review it further.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone this until the next meeting and a second, and discussion.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect and best way to do it. I think that everybody should have a voice on this, on this actual statement, and that's why I brought it tonight, so we can have something to start with and make sure we do that, like I said, as transparent as possible, and so everybody has a chance to edit it if they want. So that's all I got. I appreciate it.
John?
Is it possible that this is Wednesday, and our agenda will go out Friday, that this gives the board members, basically 48 hours to take a look at these, and if you've got amendments that you want to make, I'd suggest that we make them and submit them to the board chair.
That would
So
be
they can be
fine.
incorporated in the agenda, and that way everybody gets a chance to look and study the amendments
Yes.
that you're proposing before we consider it on Monday.
Yep, that would be, I would see them, we got to go out 72 hours.
As long as they don't reply all.
Yeah, yeah. But, yeah, John, that'd be possible.
It can be added to the.
Yeah, we can add that to the agenda. So, any more discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor to postpone, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And,
You have to ask for it?
yeah, well, thank you. All opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, so that's 1.90, we're at 1.91, which we also reviewed in the closed session. Now, Carrie, would you like to explain?
Well, this is a matter for board judgment, but I believe that the approach that has been taken to the problem as discussed by the board tonight covers both 1.90 and 1.91. But again, that's the board's judgment.
Well, I agree. Or if there's no objection, that we've taken care of both 1.90 and 1.91.
No, actually, I'd like to have a separate motion on 1.91 because I have
Okay.
a point of discussion on that.
All right.
So, I mean, I will make the motion that we develop an MCC response. Sorry. That we develop an MCC response plan addressing the complaint. I will make that motion.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll
on the
second
vote? All right, have a motion,
I'm sorry, second was?
Santino. Okay, can you read what the motion was to?
I believe he said the motion to develop an MCC response plan addressing the complaint.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And which may very well be what's already been developed,
Yeah.
but, or as what's been here. But I just wanted to have it as a separate motion because it's important that it be reiterated that 1.91 is specific to this complaint and only this complaint.
Okay, well, Art, we're in the discussion. Go
Yeah.
right ahead.
That was my discussion.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? What? We can do it in.
Clarification, you put the motion on the floor. Is it your desire to have them deal with the motion or to actually postpone that item to be part of the other item that was postponed?
Have it be part of what is postponed.
So I would suggest you amend your motion to postpone 1.91 to develop an MCC response plan addressing the complaint to the next meeting.
So amended.
And
Second.
Trustee Guerra, you second?
Any other discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay. I see nothing else on the agenda. This
Mr.
meeting
Chair, is there any way we could say some board comments?
Huh? There's no board comments on the agenda. If you want them, we can do them.
I have no objection to board comments.
There we go. All right. Wendy?
Thank you. First off, I just want to thank everyone who came out tonight and made your voice heard. I also want to address something when it comes to media coverage. There was reports saying that the full board was contacted for comments. It is a little misleading. I never received a call, text, email, or anything from media whatsoever. So the impression is that I did not respond. So that was incorrect. I never got a response from or a call or anything from anyone. I double-checked, triple-checked both of my phones, and still nothing. I had asked board members, and I believe only 3 of you, I think 3 of you were contacted. I'm not sure, but I know I was not, but it does say in all of the papers that I declined comment, and that is a 100% false statement. Also, when we were talking about if this is a small board, a large board, whatever, I think this is something that Jeff, Art, and I need to talk about and bring this to board policy so we can create a policy. In fact, you know, saying that what is a small board, however many numbers. So I think that this is something that I'm going to do soon regarding board policy.
Vignetta?
Thank you. Yep, I also want to say thank you to everyone who came out, whether you were on one side or another. I appreciate everyone who had the courage to get up to speak their piece and to stand their ground. So thank you very much for that. We are doing, I know I'm doing, and I can speak for some of the other board members, I think, probably all of the board members, that we are truly trying to do what's in the best interest of Mott Community College, the students, faculty, and staff. And we know that all of that benefits not only our community, but Genesee County and our other locations as well. This is incredibly difficult for me because, I've been in church all my life, and I am an evangelist, a minister, a pastor at my church, and I love the Lord, you know. But there's never been a time I allow people to see God in me. Most of the time, people come to me outside of the church and ask me for prayer. But if I'm not evangelizing or we're not doing an outreach, or I'm not on my own time, I have never just offered Christ to anyone in like a work-related setting or anything like that. And so I just believe that, you know, you let your light shine, God shines through you, and there's a place and a time for everything. And so I'm looking forward to the statement that we are going to make. I apologize on behalf of our board that it took so long to provide a response. But know that we are truly trying our best to work in the best interest of the people.
Any other comments? John?
Every time you know, I would hope that this is what I would call a black swan event that doesn't occur very often. It's Trustee Dotson's absolutely right. This is a complicated issue. It's one that's difficult to handle on an analytic basis. But Mott Community College is one of the treasures of this community. That our mission statement says we're a multicultural, we support a multicultural environment. That's our basic mission statement. Where our job is to provide education and training to all students who apply to come here so that they can go out and be meaningful members of society. That's our job. And we have to, as the board, do our due diligence to protect that, to preserve that gem for future generations. And that's what a lot of this is about, is ensuring that the quality of education that we deliver to the students and that the product that we provide to the population in general remains at the high quality level, because it is important that we maintain the reputation of the college to produce quality graduates. So that's my step.
Yeah, I want to thank the board for the open discussion on the proposal, and I want to thank the public for commenting on your open comments and to continue to participate. I try to keep little stats here, and it was a little over 20 speakers, and it was almost like 45 to 55% for and against, right? So that shows that we have a really diverse community. And from the speakers who spoke, we had alumni, current students, faculty, teachers in the community. We have parents of students, community members, and even former trustees. So it's amazing to see how many people are paying attention, and you guys should continue to do so because college is very important, especially Mott College in this community. So just keep up, keep being involved, and hopefully we can get an official statement out soon. I appreciate the half a clap.
Yes.
Yes.
I supported Shonda all along. And I think that because of the way that this college is run on different facets, it's finding jobs, it's helping them have food, etc. I feel like she educates the full person and not just the body of filling it up with knowledge. She's interested in the full person. A whole person is not just a body, it's also a spirit. And that needs to be ministered and educated as well. Thank you.
Okay, anything else from anybody? Okay, well, I would like to thank everybody for coming out. Santino, you're right, that it was from both sides, and it's heartfelt, and we listened to that. And Mott is important, and we're doing the best we can. I apologize for taking so long for the investigation, but it was a little complicated, and I think Carrie did a good job as far as investigating it. And we strive to do the best we can for the college. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting.